This bhajan is on page 123, Juchar Sansara Hai. The world is false. Life is destitute. Come, Kirpalji, we wait for you. We wait for you. O my giver, we are the sinners. Do not look through our papers. The boat is adrift. Take it across. Come, beloved, listen to the request. Listen to the request. True is your love. We only have you for support. We are the dirty ones. Clean us, clean us. The soul has to do your darshan, but she is embarrassed. O giver, you forgive. You are the forgiver. You are the forgiver. This is the call of a jabe. The heartstring is resounding. Juchar sansar hai, jindagi lachar hai. Aao Kirpal ji, teri intezar hai, teri intezar hai. Meri data ji, gunagara sadi, gazana folave, gazana folave. Mere data ji, gunagara sadi, gazana folave, gazana folave. Beri majadar hai, kara dio par hai. Aao Kirpal ji, teri intezar hai, teri intezar hai. Aao pyare, suno lo binati, suno lo binati. Aao pyare, suno lo binati, suno lo binati. Sacha tera pyare hai, tera hi andar hai. Aao Kirpal ji, teri intezar hai, teri intezar hai. Juchar sansar hai, jindagi lachar hai. Aao Kirpal ji, teri intezar hai, teri intezar hai. Masiha male, sanu ujala karde, ujala karde. Masiha male, sanu ujala karde, ujala karde. Karna diadar hai, Rusharma sarde. Aao Kirpal ji, teri intezar hai, teri intezar hai. Tusi baka sharata ji, tusi baka shindaho, tusi baka shindaho, tusi baka shinho, data ji, tusi baka shindaho, tusi baka shindaho. Ajaib de pukar hai, ta Kirpal ji, teri intezar hai, teri intezar hai. Jucha sansar hai, zindagi lachar hai. Aho Kirpal ji, teri intezar hai, teri intezar hai.
In Search of the Gracious One, page 227, chapter 8, The Meeting with Kirpal. The story of Harnam Singh. There was a man named Harnam Singh who used to work in the fields at my ashram in Khonichak. He was a low caste person, a garbage collector, and he used to smoke and use other intoxicants also. Once around the year 1966, Harnam Singh went to the city of Abohar, which is about 50 miles from Khonichak. He was standing on the side of the road in that city, and that great master, who was going to come to me, drove by him. He was passing through that city on his way to Delhi, and for just a moment, he gave darshan to Harnam Singh. Harnam Singh exchanged glances with the master, and he absorbed the darshan of that great master with his eyes. He was not initiated. He knew nothing about that master, and you can imagine how little of the master darshan he could have had, because master was in a car, and you know how fast a car goes. Still, Harnam became so absorbed in that brief darshan that a unique kind of awakening happened within him, and after that he remembered the beautiful form of the master. Before he had had the darshan of the master, he was not a very good person. He did not have any spiritual qualities. He used to drink, smoke, and do all kinds of bad things. However, as soon as he had the darshan of the master, he decided to give up all the bad things he had been doing. When Harnam came back from Abohar, he told me, "You always talk about spiritual things, and today I have seen such a great spiritual man. I don't know who he is, but I have seen him all dressed in white. He had a white beard, and he was all pure, all holy. And I cannot forget those eyes. I still remember the eyes and the form of that spiritual being, and from now on, I have decided that I will give up all the bad things that I have been doing." I was very surprised to hear this from him because he did not have a very good past. He lived for 1 year after that incident, and he never touched any bad thing. He became a very good person. The master did not explain anything to Harnam Singh. He did not say to him, "You should give up drinking, you should give up smoking," etc. It was the grace of the master which created that awakening within him, so that he gave up all those things without anyone explaining to him. He did not get initiation, but still he remembered the form of the master, and he never forgot the eyes of the great master. 1 year later, Harnam Singh, along with 40 other workers, was in my fields harvesting gram, which is a kind of chickpeas. He seemed to be in a good shape, very healthy. Suddenly, he felt very nervous and he lay down on the ground. His son came and told me about his father's condition, saying, I don't know what has happened to my father. He has become very ill. I went there, but before I reached the place where he was, he had become unconscious, and I felt very sad. But soon he came back into the body for a few moments. I put his head on my lap and asked him, What's wrong, Harnam Singh? What has happened to you? He told me, Nothing has happened to me, but now I am going because that spiritual power, that person whom I saw 1 year ago and told you about, now he has come. That old sick man with a white beard and all dressed in white clothes has come to receive me. He has come in a plane, and now he is taking my soul up to the real home. It is all his grace. 1 year from now, he will come to your place by himself. You should prepare for him and welcome and respect him. And he will do everything for you. After saying these things, he left the body. Even though Harnam Singh was not initiated and knew nothing about the path, because he had had the darshan of that great soul once, he was liberated. Everyone looked down on him all his life, but that beloved master didn't look down on him, and he came to protect him. The master sends the message that he is coming. Ajaib remembers Kirpal in the bushes of Rajasthan. Giving up the palaces and mansions, he became a fakir. The pain of separation of the devotees is unbearable. Ajaib's mother gives him this advice, O son, enjoy the happiness of wealth and power. The disease will not leave the body of those who have been bitten by the cobras of these bushes. The pains do not go away without Kirpal. The doctors of the veins of love are not available. Attaching your eyes to the saint's eyes, extract the nectar as the mill extracts the juice. After hearing the true voice of the suffering, Ajaib, the locks of the treasures of Kirpal were opened. When he heard the cry of Ajaib, it pierced through his heart. Finally, Kirpal came, giving up his throne in Sachkhand. This was the translation of the bhajan Ajaib Kirpal nu yaad karda, which Rajasthan diyan chadiyan. When he left the body, Harnam Singh told me that in 1 year that master would come to my place by himself, and it was around that time, 1 year before I met him physically, that I started having the darshan of that master internally. He started appearing within me and giving me his gracious darshan. At that time, he started coming within me in the form of Swamiji Maharaj, the master of Baba Jaimal Singh. He had short hair and his moustache was also trimmed. 6 months before he came, in the remembrance of that master, I started preparing my ashram in order to welcome him, because I knew that someday soon he would come. That place was developed in his remembrance, and I was waiting for him because there was a hint from within that something big was going to happen in my life. Someone is going to come and give me his grace. For that reason, I was building the ashram with full enthusiasm. Day and night, people were working there, and I was telling the people who were helping me with the construction that a master was going to come there. I didn't know who that master was, but I told everyone that a master was going to come, and we were waiting for him. When that master first started appearing to me within, he first came in the form of Swamiji Maharaj, but gradually that form changed until towards the end, a few days before he met me physically, I started seeing him in his own form. Then he himself sent one of his devotees to me with a message that I should stay home because he was going to come to see me. He was going to visit me at my ashram. Even though I was sitting there waiting for him, searching for him, I did not know anything about him. I had never heard of Master Kirpal Singh. I had not met any critic of the Master Kirpal Singh, nor had I met anyone who had praised him. I didn't even know that there was a saint called Sant Kirpal. I didn't know whether he lived in Delhi or Calcutta or some other place. I didn't know whether he was learned or not, whether he was married or single. I don't know who told him that I was there, that I was living in that village. But he knew that somebody was sitting in his remembrance. And that is why he sent one of his dear ones to me with that message. He sent his representative who told me that Master Kripal wanted to come and meet me. I asked that representative whether he was the real Mahatma. And she said, yes, he is the real Mahatma. Then I said, he is most welcome. He will sit in my heart and I will go by every word of his commandments. It was the grace of Almighty God working at the human pole of that beloved Master that he came for this poor soul because he knew which soul was sitting in his remembrance at which place. Since my childhood, I had been sitting in the remembrance of Almighty God, and I had always been craving for him and thinking about those fortunate souls who were able to sit at the feet of the Holy Masters. I was living in the hot, burning desert and I was suffering from the heat. I had the burning desire in my within and I was suffering like anything. He knew within whose heart there was yearning and who was sitting in his remembrance. So that is why he himself chose to come to me. He answered that prayer, that request, which was coming from my heart. My inner longing was communicated to him heart to heart. And he came all the way to my place, traveling 500 kilometers through the desert, and he met me. He came down into this world. He came down to the desert, and he cooled the heated heart and quenched the thirst that I was having ever since my childhood. When such a great yearning is created within us, that ocean of grace starts flowing towards us. It is exactly like the father who cannot bear to see the sufferings of the son. It does not matter that the son is suffering because of his own faults and mistakes. Still, because the father is full of compassion and mercy for his son, he makes every possible sacrifice to remove his suffering and bring his happiness to him. In the same way, when the souls are suffering in this domain of the negative power, the master power cannot bear to see the suffering of the souls, even though the sufferings are caused by the souls themselves. Still, he has so much compassion for them as the souls are of the same essence as he is. And because of his compassion, he comes down into this world to remove their sufferings. So, this is my personal experience that the beloveds of God are the all conscious ones, and they know who remembers them with a sincere heart. They definitely reach the place where someone is remembering them with sincerity in his heart. That is why I have written, when he heard the prayer, when he heard the voice of poor Ajay, it went through his heart, and giving up his throne in Sachkhand, finally he came down to meet Ajay. The master arrives. There were thousands of people following me at this time. The satsang was already going on, but because I knew there was something more beyond what Baba Bishan Das had given me, I did not initiate anyone. When I got that message that the master was coming on a certain date, I went ahead with extensive arrangements for the occasion and sent word to all those who visited me often to come and see that master for whom I had been waiting. On that day, when he came, there was a big group of people, many thousands, sitting there. Before the beloved master came, the dear ones sprinkled water all around on the road to keep down the dust because that land was very dusty. And they even covered the road with sheets so that the car of the master would not touch that dust. From the entry point where his car was to park to the middle of the courtyard where he was to sit on the dais, they spread embroidered linen. I felt that my soul was to meet her husband, the oversoul, and feeling shy like a bride, I observed the age old Indian custom and kept away from the entry point where he was to arrive. Instead, I requested my friend Sardar Ratan Singh to receive and welcome the master at the gate. The Most Holy One came and on his arrival inquired as to where I was. On being called to him, he overwhelmed me with his love filled glance. Only he knows about that first meeting. Why he showered grace on me. I was completely lost in his darshan, and I was not aware whether a man had come or whether God had come. Master Kirpal comes like the groom and he marries me. This is the translation of the bhajan. Sadguru Sona Mera, which is on page number 115. Oh friends, my beautiful Sadguru is Kirpal. He is merciful on the poor. I was separated for so many births and was searching for the dearly beloved. May I meet the perfect master so that I may go across. Now I have got the husband, the emperor, who takes care of me. Oh friends, wandering from door to door, I became very crazy. I did not get any knower of the heart. No one heard my plea. Oh friends, now I have got my beloved, the support of my heart, the treasure of Shabad. I did the practices of water, performing the austerities, and bathed in the places of pilgrimages. I worshipped in the temples and holy places, but no one shared the pain. Oh friends, my beloved has come and has put me on the path and makes me see him. Listen, O beloved Kirpal, make everyone have the beautiful darshan. The life of a Jaip is full of bad qualities. Take him across. Oh friends, the true saint has come. My husband has come and he loves me. सतगुरु सोना मेरा है किरपाल नीसैयो दीन दयाल नीसैयो सतगुरु सोना मेरा है किरपाल नीसैयो दीन दयाल नीसैयो कई जन्मां तो विछड़ी सी मैं लभदी प्रीतम प्यारा सतगुरु पूरा मिल जाए मैनू हो जाए पार उतारा कई जन्मां तो विछड़ी सी मैं लभदी प्रीतम प्यारा सतगुरु पूरा मिल जाए मैनू हो जाए पार उतार नी मिल गया माही मेरा निशैन शाही मेरा नी मिल गया माही मेरा निशैन शाही मेरा करे संभालनी सैयो दीन दयालनी सैयो सतगुरु सोना मेरा है किरपाल सैयो दीन दयालनी सैयो सैयो नी मैं दर दर फिर के डाडी पागल होई दिल दा जानी कोई न मिलया ना सुनी अरजोई सैयो नी मैं दर दर फिर के डाडी पागल होई दिल दा जानी कोई न मिलया ना सुनी अरजोई नी मिल गया प्यारा मेरा नी दिली सहारा मेरा नी मिल गया प्यारा मेरा नी दिली सहारा मेरा शब्द भंडारनी सैयो दीन दयालनी सैयो सतगुरु सोना मेरा है किरपालनी सैयो दीन दयालनी सैयो जल तारे और तूने तपा के था तीरथ नाया शिव द्वाले ते मंदिर पूजे किसे न दुख वंडाया जल तारे और तूने तपा के था तीरथ नाया शिव द्वाले ते मंदिर पूजे किसे न दुख वंडाए नी मिल गया माही आया नी मैनू रस्ते पाया नी मेरा माही आया नी मैनू रस्ते पाया दवे दीदार नी सैयो दीन दयालनी सैयो सतगुरु सोना मेरा है किरपालनी सैयो दीन दयालनी सैयो सोना दर्श दिखावो सबनू सुन किरपाल प्यारे ए बां भरी अजैब दी जिंदड़ी लावो पार किनारे सोना दर्श दिखावो सबनू सुन किरपाल प्यारे ए बां भरी अजैब दी जिंदड़ी लावो पार किनारे नी सच्चा संत आया नी मेरा कंत आया नी सच्चा संत आया नी मेरा कंत आया करे प्यार नी सैयो दीन दयाल नी सैयो सतगुरु सोना मेरा है किरपाल नी सैयो दीन दयाल नी सैयो सतगुरु सोना मेरा है किरपाल नी सैयो दीन दयाल नी सैयो
real mystery behind it. When one meets a true master, you see nothing to fear. But he should be devoted. I'm glad to be amongst you again after 3.5 months. We are all children of God, he says. God is our light, and we are also light, being children of light. But our light is enveloped by so many coverings, and we are identified with the covering so much so that we have forgotten ourselves. The cause of identification is the attention, which is the expression of our soul. They are, through the outgoing faculties, diffused in the outside world. So we have got, as a man, this man body, a very wonderful house in which we live in. This is considered to be the highest in all creation, and all masters spoke very highly about it. They said it is next to God. We are divine in nature. We are spirit in man. As spirit is eternal, we are also eternal. Why we fear that we will die? But this greatness of our own, which is innate in us, we have forgotten. So all masters say, well, just realize the Godhood in you, which already exists. You have not to put in from outside. When a master meets, he does not put in anything from outside within you. He simply, your attention, which is the expression of soul and diffused in the world, helps you to withdraw from outside and come to its source, which is our own soul, at the back of the eyes, where our soul is withdrawn from the body and go to the back, where? To the back of the eyes at the time of death. If we can do that, well, we realize that we are no other than God. So when the masters come, they say, we are in a very pitiable state. We are living in a house where so many outgoing faculties are working. They were meant to serve us. But unfortunately, they, instead of serving us, they are having control over us. They are dragging us like anything. Take the outgoing faculty of sight. Ever since we are born, from that date onward to this time, our attention has been diffused through the eyes to the outside things. So many impressions we have been receiving through the eyes, they are counted to be about 80%. And some are coming from other outgoing faculties. Next comes audition. And the remaining, that is about 14% from the ears. The remaining 6% come through other outgoing faculties. So now what happens, you see, when we see something, we are attracted like anything. We receive impressions through the eyes, through the ears, and from other sources as well. So much so that our subconscious reservoir is overflowing with the impressions we have been receiving all through life. When even we go to dreams, they react there. You see. So if we know how to withdraw or liberate ourselves from the outgoing faculties, there is some hope. But our soul is first under the control of mind. Soul and mind have become one. They are called jivas. Yes. Soul is eternal, as I told you before, being one substance only, consciousness, but coming in contact with mind, it has become the doer. So both combined, being dragged to the outside things through the outgoing faculties, we are identified with them so much so that we have left no idea of our own self. We are souls, not mind too. Take the example of water. It is made of two gases, oxygen and hydrogen. Oxygen, is life-giving. When a man is dangerously sick, they say, well, I'll give him a cylinder of oxygen. And hydrogen gas chokes our throat. Two different things, when combined together, form water, the quality of which is different from the two. Similarly, we are eternal spirit in man. Combined with mind, we have become the doers, and whatever we sow, so shall we reap. So masters say, be still. What they meant? Physically and intellectually. Then you will know that no other than the God within you. So this is the true state of affairs, you might say, in which we are going. We do not know how to liberate ourselves. Outgoing faculties are so strong that in spite of our wishing it, we cannot do it. When we become helpless and we cry, what does it happen? We are souls, as I told you, children of God. God is our true Father. He sees my child is unhappy. He himself cannot of himself come up to me, cannot be liberated. When a man is himself bound hand and foot, how can he, lose himself from that binding? There must be somebody who is not bound. A bound man cannot unbound the other man. So you'll find somebody is required who has unbound himself. He has withdrawn his attention from the outside things and the control that the outgoing faculties had on it, liberated it, then analyzed from mind, then man knows I've got the same God. And further, it is environed by so many casings, you might say, coverings, that is physical, astral, causal, supercausal. Unless liberate all these things, we cannot know, truly speaking, about our own self. Although we begin to see, when we first withdraw from outside and rise from this iron curtain of the physical body, we see we are not the physical body. There, that Godhood begins to shine within us. We become conscious of it. And as we progress further, we liberate from the astral and causal coverings. We become more and more conscious of that. until we become one. Because after all, we are light. When light is just analyzed from all other things, naturally light is absorbed in the grander light. Just take the example of a candle, you see. When it is burning, put it straight, the flame will go up. Even you put it downward, even then the flame will go up. So our soul being light, you see, they always try to go to the great source of light, which is called God. That God which came into expression, all scriptures tell us, when God wished, lo, there was light. So we are spark of that light, you see. So you'll find we have got this man body, a wonderful house in which we live in. Here God gave us servants to help us, but they are revolting. They, instead of following us, obeying us, they are dragging us outside. Yeah. And what things come in the way, you see, to which these outgoing faculties drag us, they are players. To whom? To the soul plus mind, the dua, which is called jiva. So unless we get more bliss in jaya than what we are having now, we cannot leave the outside things. So God has made arrangements, you see. Outside things, players which drag us, they can be divided in two parts. One very beautiful scenery, beautiful things. When you see any beautiful scenery, any beautiful thing, our attention is drawn. And the second, when we hear very sweet symphonies of the music, we are drawn like anything. These outside two things are the potent things which drag us outside. So God has more bliss, more happiness, more joy, more sweet symphonies of the music of the spheres. All glory and beauty lies within us. Only if we know how to withdraw from outside. We've got a great treasure within us. God is a hidden treasure with all beauty, with all sweet symphonies within us, but we do not know how to withdraw from outside and enjoy that. This is state of affairs we are in. As a man, we are all one. Now, just take the example of a house where the mistress is there, and there are 10 servants given to help her, and they revolt. Instead of obeying, they are disobeying everything. Now what will be the fate of the house? Everything topsy-turvy. If the servants are obeying, the house will be clean, everything will be set in order. Even in darkness you go, you will see what is what, you see. Otherwise what happens? The tables are upturned, there's no way out, it is all darkness already. You pass on, you just tumble over one thing, that fall the other way, there's no light to see. So that is the true condition in which we are having, you see. So masters tell us, first of all, how to have control over this outgoing faculty. They tell us, not only tell us, but demonstrate to us how to withdraw, how to give you a contact with all beauty, all glory which is within you. Maybe for a while, when you begin to have it the very first day, how to withdraw from outside, first thing, that is difficult. As I told you, we are so much outer impressions within us overflowing that even in dream those come out in the form of dreams. Naturally, when you sit in meditation, that is something coming out, of which you never dream of it. Those are the impressions which we have been receiving all through life, unconnected. So that is the first difficulty that we have. For that, Master come, they tell us where you get these impressions, how to control it, how to stop to receive impressions from outside. First thing is to enter this house. I tell you honestly, the servants had bound the mistress. You see, one dragging this side, the other dragging that way. Result is all house is topsy-turvy in the darkness in the house. So when you come to your master, what does he do? Since he gives you this teaching, demonstrates it, how to withdraw. First your attention from outside, enter in the laboratory of the man body, and then how to liberate from the outgoing faculties or senses and rise above it for a while and give you contact with him. Of whom? God. What is God? God is light. God is life. And God is love. You see light. You are given some experience of light, little or more. We feel consciousness. We feel a little separate from the body. We begin to see. Now we say it is my body, but we do not see, differentiate it practically. Then really we say, oh well, this is something like a coat to be taken off, to be put off. And naturally, God is love and we are drops of the ocean of all love. Naturally, love is innate in us. That sprouts forth. And as it comes in contact with that God into expression power, which is light and sound principle, it overflows. So this is state of affairs. This is the disease, you might say, or the affairs that we have to set right. For this purpose, we have done various schools of thought. Religions are means to the end. They are the schools of thought in which we have joined. Who are we? We are children of light. Just under the control of mind and outgoing faculties, we are identified with body and outside things so much so that we have forgotten our own self. What to speak of that great power which is controlling each one of us in the man body? Otherwise, we could have run away out of it. We cannot. Their eyes, 2 eyes open, 2 ears open, 2 nostrils open, mouth is there. But we cannot run away out of it. That's the controlling power within us. So for a while when some master comes, what is the function of a master. And what is he? He's a man like you. Of course, outwardly. He's got the same 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 hands, 2 feet. He talks like you. He eats also to maintain the body. He does other functions of the world too, but he is conscious of his divine nature. He is conscious co-worker with the divine plan. Although he works at the level of man to help them as a man. So, this is what we have to overcome. Our schools of thought or religions were made for the purpose to solve this mystery of life. To be out of this entanglements, you see, or this, obliviousness altogether. We do not know who we are. A little child knows better than us. You ask him who you are, he opens his eyes, opens his mouth, he feels somewhere here. As he grows in years older, you ask him, he says, I am Mr. Such and Such. Further he says, I am a Christian, I am a Hindu, I am a Mohammedan. Again further, I am American, I am French, I am German, I am Indian. Who is he? He is conscious being, he says. That we have forgotten. We go so far away from our own self that we have forgotten our own. So masters come tell us, they address us either as a man, from the level of a man, O man, awake, or from the level of the soul, conscious being, O children of light, awake, you are asleep. Being under the control of mind, your attention is diffused into the world and identified outside. You are awakened outside and asleep from within. And God power is already within you, awaiting for you. Your true home is the true home of your Father. That is of all consciousness, all wisdom. Why are you stuck fast in this material world and the outside things? These are only temporarily given to you. Body is changing, being made of matter every moment of life. This is a golden opportunity which has been given to us to realize ourselves, to know ourselves, and then know the controlling power which is controlling us in the body and controlling all universe. All masters say like that, of course in their own language, which was prevalent at the time when they came. By parallel study of religion, you'll find this. These religions were made just to liberate us from all these outer entanglements, to know ourselves and to know God. These were means to the end. That school and college is creditable, from where many students get degrees. But we have joined those very things. We have forgotten the goal. We simply identify ourselves as one religion, belonging to one religion or the other, or one country or the other. There have been religious wars, there have been patriots wars, in which thousands and millions were killed and are being killed. Masters, when they come, they give us teaching from this level, universal level. They consider all children of God as brothers and sisters in God, because we are maintained, controlled by that higher power. So this is the true state of affairs we are going through. So in whatever religion you are, that religion to remain there is blessing. But to attain, achieve this lost godhood, well, you are still bound. So for that purpose, Masters tell us what to do. As I told you, the story goes in the old religions, of the Hindu scriptures, there was one very learned Pandit or the minister amongst the Hindus, and there was a King Preachat. King Preachat he was called. He used to read out the scriptures day to day, every day morning in the court. And the scriptures say, those who hear the scriptures and act, they are liberated. Liberation is not something to be had after death, but it is to be seen now, whether you are liberated or not. So many times those scriptures were read over from day to day, month to month. One day, that king preacher sat down and thought over it. Well, I have read in the scriptures, whoever hears these scriptures, he is just liberated once for all. But I am bound. Mind is very like a magistrate, you see, tells you where you are bound. If you leave it to him, it is just true. He told the minister, well, look here, I have heard this scripture so many times. Again, I give you a chance to read the whole of the scripture again, from one end to the other. And after that, if I am not liberated, you will be put to death. What happened? In 7 days, the scriptures were read throughout. And the last day, he came home, well, lied down in despair. Tomorrow is the day of my death. His daughter was very wise. Sometimes daughters are very wise. He asked, Father, why are you so sad? Well, dear daughter, I am to be put to death tomorrow. Why? Because it is laid in scriptures. Whoever will read these scriptures and they follow it, they naturally are liberated. Because I know king is not liberated, nor I am liberated. Well, I must be put to death tomorrow. There is no escape from that. And the daughter told him, all right, I will go to the king tomorrow morning and just question him. She went next morning. King asked, why have you come, daughter? Well, I have come to just reply to your question, what you put to my father. What? You're not here. Let us go to the wilderness, all alone, you and I. And she also sent for her father too, and got also 2 ropes. He tied with one tree the king, with the other his own father. Both were bound with the tree. She came to her father, told, Father, will you kindly unbound the king over there? He says, well, I am bound already, how can I? Then she went to the king, well, king, would you kindly unbound my father? Oh, foolish girl, don't you think I am bound? How can a bound man can unbound the other one? And that is all she wanted, you see. And this is what is happening. We are bound hand and foot by the outgoing faculties. We do not know our own self how to liberate. How can we liberate others? This is a practical question of unbounding oneself. So to read scriptures is not sufficient, mind that. To hear the scriptures is also not sufficient. But there must be somebody who can practically demonstrate how to withdraw from outside for a while, how to rise above these shackles of outgoing faculties, open our inner eye, give a contact within, maybe little or no. If once we do it again and again by regular practice, we will succeed. If at first you don't succeed, then try again. This is what the master does. To give a lecture, to tell you how to say prayers, how to perform certain rites and rituals, that any man can do it after little time. How to act in pose, how to laugh, how to cry. No, but this is a practical question. Who knows it, who has that experience, is competent, he will give you some experience to start with, maybe little more. And what is wanted there? He wants, be still, physically and intellectually. God cannot be known by the outgoing faculties, cannot be known by the intellect, cannot be known by the vital layers or the pranas. It can be known only by the soul. Like alone can know the like. When it is liberated, when it is analyzed from mind and outgoing faculties. This is practical. Now intellectually that appeals to you, but how to do it? Whatever methods we are having now, reading of scriptures, saying prayers, performing certain rites and rituals, they all relate to the outgoing faculty. And this is something to start when you rise above outgoing faculty. Even with the mind, intellect too, you cannot, unless you are intellectually still. As a matter of inference, you might come to some conclusion, but still the mind is working, intellect is working. What we must be intellectually still too. Then a sort of transport arises to the soul, and it is unbound. This is all we have to do. So when someone comes to the master, what does he do? He first, all these 10 servants of the outgoing faculties, 5, audition, sight, smell, taste and touch, working to the sense organs of the ears, eyes, nose, tongue and skin. These are to be controlled. If these are controlled, then how should we set in order? Every servant to do his job. For as you clean the room, you set chairs in order, you light the candle, everything all right. So this is the first thing to be done. Those who are attached are given up to the outside enjoyments, pleasures, may be good, excuse me, or bad. Both cannot rise above body consciousness. That is why Lord Krishna said, good actions and bad actions both are binding, like the gold chains or the iron chains. So this is practical first thing what we have at the feet of the Master. He gives you how to withdraw from outside for a while, how to rise above body consciousness for a while. One day cannot become an MA. Rome was not built in a day. But once you get something by regular practice, by obeying his orders, naturally you become adept. The man who is reading in the MA class today, sometimes he is reading in the primary. If those who are reading in the primary, they are given the same help and guidance, well, they can reach the MA class. That is why it is said, every saint has its past, and every sinner a future. Man can change.
सिफात की गुरु कृपा दे में जिनको संसार पाने आए रंग रंग दे सज के बंदियानु विचे अपना आप लुकाया
Okay, this is Sanjay's bhajan, Kirpala Guru Raja, on page 36. Come, O Guru Kirpal, the Sangat is calling you. In your hands is the key to the whole world. Folding their hands, the Sangat is calling you. Where did you go, O giver, leaving the Sangat? This is my prayer, that you may always show yourself to us. O protector of the Sangat, don't delay. Hearing our voice, come soon. All the Sangat is sitting, waiting to have your darshan. O doctor of the Sangat, the medicine is in your hands. Somebody else locked the door, and you applied the key. You saved Joga by becoming the guard. When Nanak called, you came at once. Lovingly, you ate the chapati of request. In that way, you come, and don't forget me. From the very beginning, you have been hearing the requests. You made the ship of Makan the trader come to the shore. Save the Sangat. This is the request of Ajaib the Sadhu. Come, O Guru Kirpal, the Sangat is calling you. In your hands is the key to the whole world. The bhajan of Sanchis on page 36. Kirpal Guru Aja, Kirpal Guru Aja, ਸੰਗਤ ਪੁਕਾਰਦੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਬੀ ਓ ਦਾਤਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾਲ ਗੁਰੂ ਆਜਾ ਕਿਰਪਾਲ ਗੁਰੂ ਆਜਾ ਸੰਗਤ ਪੁਕਾਰਦੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਬੀ ਓ ਦਾਤਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਸੰਸਾਰ ਦੀ संगत पुकारदी है डोभी हाथ जोड़ के संगत पुकारदी है डोभी हाथ जोड़ के कीते चलेगी ओं दाता संगत नु छोड़ के कीते चलेगी ओं दाता संगत नु छोड़ के डेंडरे दिखाली सादा मेरी ये पुकार जी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी किरपाल गुरु आजा किरपाल गुरु आजा संगत पुकार दी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी संगत देवालिया देर ना लगावी वे संगत देवालिया देर ना लगावी वे सुन के आवाज साडी चेटी चेटी आवी वे सुन के आवाज साडी चेटी चेटी आवी वे तेरे दर्शन नु बेटी संगत तियार जी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी किरपाल गुरु आजा किरपाल गुरु आजा संगत पुकार दी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी संगत दवेद तेरे हाथ छे दवाई वे संगत दवेद तेरे हाथ छे दवाई वे टालकी से होर लाया ते चाबी लाई वे टालकी से होर लाया ते चाबी लाई वे जोगे नू बचाया आप बन पहरदार जी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी किरपाल गुरु आजा किरपाल गुरु आजा संगत पुकार दी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी नानकी पुकारिया तू जात विच आया सी नानकी पुकारिया तू जात विच आया सी पुकार वाल फूल का प्यार नाल खाया सी पुकार वाल फूल का प्यार नाल खाया सी ओ सितार आजा तू मैनू ना बसार जी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी किरपाल गुरु आजा किरपाल गुरु आजा संगत पुकार दी तेरे हाथ विच चाबी ओ दाता सारे संसार दी सुन दा पुकार दाता मुदतों तू आया वे सुन दा पुकार दाता मुदतों तू आया वे मकान लुबाने दा Jahajabane layave, makana lubane da. Jahajabane layave, sangata nu bachale. Pukar jai basada di, tere hat vich chabi odata sare sansar di. Kirpal guru aja, Kirpal guru aja, sangata pukar di, tere hat vich chabi odata sare sansar di. Kirpal guru aja, Kirpal guru aja, sangata pukar di, tere hat vich chabi odata sare sansar di. From the very beginning, you have been hearing the requests. You made the ship of Makan the trader come to the shore. Save the Sangat. This is the request of Ajaib the Sadhu. Come, O Guru Kirpal. The Sangat is calling you. In your hands is the key to the whole world.
We'll conclude this session as we have been with a poem by the Sufi poet Rumi. With you here between. Lovers work so that when body and soul are no longer together, their loving will be free. Wash in wisdom water so you will have no regrets about the time here. Love is the vital core of the soul, and of all you see, only love is infinite. Your non-existence before you were born is the sky in the east. Your death is the western horizon, with you here between. The way leads neither east nor west, but in. Test your love wings and make them strong. Forget the ideas of religious ladders. Love is the roof. Your senses are water spouts. Drink rain directly off the roof. Water spouts are easily damaged and often must be replaced. Say this poem in your chest. Don't worry how it sounds going through your mouth. A human body is a bow. Breathing and speech are arrows. When the quiver and arrows are used up or lost, there is nothing more for the bow to do. And that concludes our midday session. We will now have a short break and we'll resume in about 42 minutes at 4 p.m. Pacific time with a meditation talk given by Master Kirpal during his 1972 visit to California. The brief meditation talk will be followed by a meditation sitting. Thank you.
Mind that there should be no tension in the body. When you adopt any pose, don't change, please. Be physically still. Don't change, please. Don't change. Physically still. Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Why are you changing? Why can't you sit still? Close your eyes. Forget the world outside for a while. Also forget the environment in which you are sitting. So you see vast expanse of darkness in front of you. Your eyes of flesh and bones are closed. They don't work. There is some other eye which looks at darkness. That inner eye, third eye, or single eye. So with the inner eye, don't look to the whole of the vast expanse of darkness in front of you, but just look into the middle thereof, opposite to your eyebrows, outside. Look intently, minutely penetrating into it to find out what is in there. Repeating the names mentally one by one at intervals, not in quick succession, so that the inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue looking like that for a short period, say 15 to 20 minutes, you'll find whole attention will be riveted there, and the darkness will thin, you'll find light coming up, sprouting forth. When you find any kind of light, just don't look to the whole of it, but just look into the middle of it, while repeating the names at intervals mentally one by one, so that the inner gaze is not disturbed. You continue for a short time, that light will grow bright and burst. That will give you sky. Sometimes sky comes out at the very outset. Whenever it comes, look into the middle of, intently into it, what is in there. You'll find stars. If you find stars, just locate the big star after that. You find big star, then put in whole attention into the middle thereof. That will open, you will cross it. For the moon may come up, if it comes, just look into the middle thereof, intently, minutely, that will burst into pieces, and you will cross it. That Prophet Muhammad did it. For the God will appear in some form in which he is working. So, you find such form and have your whole attention into him, so much so that you forget yourself. You will develop receptivity. He will talk to you as one does outside. Then you may also hear the sound principle. Go on sitting until you ask to leave.
This is a bhajan by Saint Ajay Singh, Guru Kirpal, Mere Gare Ana, page 248. O Guru Kirpal, come to my home. Just like you are fond of Sawan, so I am fond of you. Whoever has meditated or remembered you with a true heart, even for once, with both your hands full, you have given him your love. My string is in your hands. You are the companion of my life. You are the devotee of devotees, and it is not good for you to reject me. I am fond of you, just as you are fond of Sawan. O dear one, you enjoyed the contaminated berries of Shivri. Giving up the good, delicious food of Duryodan, you preferred to eat the simple food of Vidur. I am not only your servant, O Satguru, I am the servant of your servants. Just like you have protected the honor of everyone, protect my honor also. I am fond of you, just like you are fond of Sawan. O Satguru, how do I call you? I do not know. I do not have any knowledge. I do not have any style. I don't know. It is not in my hands to call you. O Guruji, moment after moment, my eyes are thirsty for your darshan. This is the request of a jade. Please do not let me suffer anymore. I am fond of you, just like you are fond of Sawan. Guru Kirpal mere gare anna, Guru Kirpal mere gare anna. जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने मैं तेरा दीवाना मैं तेरा दीवाना Guru Kirpal mere gare ana Guru Kirpal mere gare ana जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने मैं तेरा दीवाना मैं तेरा दीवाना एक बार भी साचे मन से जिसने तुझे दिया बार बार जोली दोनों हाथों तुमने प्यार लुटाया एक बार भी साचे मन से जिसने तुझे दिया बार बार जोली दोनों हाथों तुमने प्यार लुटाया मेरी डोर तुम्हारे हाथों तुम मेरे जीवन साथी तुम मेरे जीवन साथी तुम भगतों के भगत तुम्हारे ठीक नहीं मुझको ठुकराना ठीक नहीं मुझको ठुकराना मैं तेरा दीवाना Guru Kirpal mere gare ana Guru Kirpal mere gare ana जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने मैं तेरा दीवाना मैं तेरा दीवाना शिवरी के जूते बेरों से प्यारे तुमने मजा उताया दुर्योधन के मेरे तज के साग भी दूर का खाया शिवरी के जूते बेरों से प्यारे तुमने मजा उताया दुर्योधन के मेरे तज के साग भी दूर का खाया केवल दास नहीं हूँ सतगुरु मैं दासों का दास तुम्हारे मैं दासों का दास तुम्हारे, जैसे सबकी लाज रखी है, मेरी भी लाज रखाना, मेरी भी लाज रखाना, मैं तेरा दीवाना। गुरु कृपाल मेरे गारे आना, गुरु कृपाल मेरे गारे आना, जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने, मैं तेरा दीवाना, मैं तेरा दीवाना। कैसे तुम्हें बुलाऊं सतगुरु, पता नहीं है ज्ञान नहीं, किसी तारे का कोई तुक्का बर, मेरे बस की बात नहीं, किसी तुम्हें बुलाऊं सतगुरु, पता नहीं है ज्ञान नहीं, किसी तारे का कोई तुक्का बर, मेरे बस की बात नहीं, पल पल के दर्शन को गुरु जी, प्यासी आंखें तरस रही है, प्यासी आंखें तरस रही है, यही बेनती है अजायब की, मुझे नहीं तड़पाना, मुझे नहीं तड़पाना, मैं तेरा दीवाना। गुरु कृपाल मेरे घर आना, गुरु कृपाल मेरे घर आना, जैसे तुम सावन दीवाने, मैं तेरा दीवाना, मैं तेरा दीवाना। Oh, Guru Kirpal, come to my home, just like you are fond of Sawan, so I am fond of you.
Okay. I'm going to today read a few paragraphs from, in my opinion, is one of the most important talks that the Master Kirpal ever gave. It's his presidential address at the Third World Religion Conference, February 1965. And I was in the audience listening, although I couldn't understand what he said because he spoke in Hindi. We got the English translation after the session was over. And I couldn't believe how great this talk was when I read it. And it has always seemed to me the quintessence of what the Path of the Masters is all about. And so I will read just a few paragraphs from the rather long talk. And of course, this was given to, there were probably 50,000 people at the Ram Leela grounds, which is where it was held. And there's a huge platform from where all the speakers were. And included, there were 2,000 delegates, which people representing various religions from all over the world were included, as well as some other people like me that really didn't represent anything except a very small satsang in New Hampshire, but beside the point. Most of them were genuine delegates. And it's like he's laying it out, this is what it's all about.
This is the way the world is. You think it's one way, but this is another way. And this is the reality of it. If your eyes were wide open, you would see it this way. So I'll read that first. All the religions agree that life, light, and love are the three phases of the supreme source of all that exists. These essential attributes of the divinity that is one, though designated differently by the prophets and peoples of the world, are also wrought in the very pattern of every sentient being. It is in this vast ocean of love, light, and life that we live, have our very being, and move about. And yet, strange as it may seem, like the proverbial fish in water, we don't know this truth and much less practice it in our daily life. And hence the endless fear, helplessness, and misery that we see around us in the world, in spite of all our laudable efforts and sincere strivings to get rid of them. Love is the only touchstone wherewith we can measure our understanding of the twin principles of life and light in us, and how far we have traveled on the path of self-knowledge and God knowledge. God is love. The soul in man is a spark of that love, and love again is the link between God and man on the one hand, and man and God's creation on the other. It is therefore said, he that loveth not, knoweth not God, for God is love. Similarly, Guru Gobind Singh says, verily I say unto thee, that he whose heart is bubbling over with love, he alone shall find God. Love, in a nutshell, is the fulfillment of the law of life and light. All the prophets, all the religions, and all the scriptures hang on two commandments. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and greatest commandment, and the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Questioned as to our attitude toward our enemies, Christ said, love thine enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, pray for them that despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father in heaven. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. With the yardstick of love, the very essence of God's character with us, let us probe our hearts. Is our life an efflorescence of God's love? Are we ready to serve one another with love? Do we keep our hearts open to the healthy influences coming from outside? Are we patient and tolerant toward those who differ from us? Are our minds coextensive with the creation of God and ready to embrace the totality of his being? Do we bleed inwardly at the sight of the downtrodden and the depressed? Do we pray for the sick and suffering humanity? If we do not do any of these things, we are yet far removed from God and from religion, no matter how loud we may be in our talk, and pious in our platitudes, and pompous in our proclamations. With all our inner craving for peace, we have failed and failed hopelessly to serve the cause of God's peace on earth. Ends and means are interlocked and cannot be separated from each other. We cannot have peace so long as we try to achieve it with warlike means and with the weapons of destruction and extinction. With the germs of hatred in our hearts, racial and color bars rankling within us, thoughts of political domination and economic exploitation surging in our bloodstream, we are working for wrecking the social structure which we have so strenuously built, and not for peace, unless it be peace of the grave, but certainly not for a living peace born of mutual love and respect, trust and concord, that may go to ameliorate mankind and transform this earth into a paradise, for which we so fervently pray and preach from pulpits and platforms. And yet, as we proceed, it recedes away into the distant horizon. Where then lies the remedy? Is the disease past all cure? No, it is not so. Life and light of God are still there to help and guide us in the wilderness. We see this wilderness around us because we are bewildered in the heart of our hearts and do not see things in their proper perspective. This vast outer world is nothing but a reflex of our own little world within us. The seeds of discord and disharmony in the soil of our mind bear fruit in and around us and do so in abundance. We are what we think and see the world with the smoke-colored glasses that we choose to put on. It is a proof positive of one thing only, that we have so far not known the life and light of God, and much less realized God in man. We are off center in the game of life. We are playing it at the circumference only, and never have a dip in the deepest waters of life at the center. This is why we constantly find ourselves caught in the vortex of the swirling waters on the surface. The life at the circumference of our being is, in fact, not different from the life at the center of our being. The two are, in fact, not unidentical, yet when one is divorced from the other, they look dissimilar. Hence the strange paradox. The physical life, though a manifestation of God, is full of toil and turmoil, storm and stress, dissipation and disruption. In our enthusiasm and zest for outer life on the plane of the senses, we have strayed too far away from our center. Nay, we have altogether lost sight of it. And worse still, have cut the very moorings of our bark, and no wonder then we find ourselves tossing helplessly on the sea of life, rudderless and without a without a compass to guide our course, also without compassion, but anyway. We are unwittingly a prey to chance winds and waters and cannot see the shoals, the sandbanks, and the submerged rocks with which our way is strewn. In this frightful plight, we are drifting along the onrushing current of life. Where? We know not. This world, after all, is not and cannot be so bad as we take it to be. It is a manifestation of the life principle of the Creator and is being sustained by His light. His love is at the bottom of all this. The world with its various religions is made for us, and we are to benefit from them. One cannot learn swimming on dry land. All that we have to do is to correctly learn and understand the basic live truths as are embodied in our scriptures and practice them carefully under the guidance of some theocentric saint. These scriptures came into being by God-inspired prophets, and as such, some God-intoxicated person or a God-man can give us a proper interpretation of them, initiate us into their right import by reconciling the seeming discrepancies in thought, and finally help us inwardly on the God path. Without such a practical guidance, both without and within, we are trapped in the magic spell of forms and minds and cannot possibly reach at the esoteric truths lying under a mass of verbiage of the bygone ages and now solidified into fossils with the lapse of time, into institutionalized forms, formulae, and formularies of the ruling class. And that's what I'm going to read from that talk. But I would, I sometimes feel that to a great extent, we satsangis often miss the point. And, the whole point, the reason for the path, the reason why the master comes down to us and why he puts us on the path and why we, practice it is to reach the goal. And the goal is the center of our being. And from that center, at which point the divorce between the circumference and the center is dissolved and the marriage takes place. From that point of view, when we do that, when we reach that center and we are connected with all aspects of being, including the world we now live in, then we see the world from the point of view of God, from the point of view of the masters. Baba Harnam Singh has gone into this in the course of one of his letters, actually several of his letters, and it's what it's all about. It's what we are supposed to be aiming for and what we are supposed to be doing and caring about. And it's like, sometimes I think it's easy to forget this, and to think in much more limited and small, I would say, less worthy terms. We meditate, we keep the diet, so forth and so on. And we try to practice the commandments, but sometimes I think that too, just listen, this is from a brief section from a talk Master Kirpal gave in 1955, before his tour, as a birthday message, which we have called the message of love. He says, the performances of countless austerities and penances, each followed by acts of charity, the observance of innumerable fasts, each attended with thousands of prayers, and keeping of sleepless vigils for myriads of nights, will not be of any avail to thee if thou injurest the feelings of a single individual. This was given out by a great saint named Maghribi Sahib. Again, Hafiz says, drink wine to your heart's content, burn up the Holy Quran, which everyone considers a sin, and consign to the flames even the sacred Kaaba, if you will, the most holy place of Islam, but injure not the feelings of any human being. The things described are considered grave sins, but Hafiz says that even committing these sins is far better than injuring the feelings of a human being. Again, Sheikh Sadi proclaims, unless you love God's creation, you cannot have God's grace. For those who serve his creation, serve him the most. And I would point out that, this is really a revolutionary point of view. And the master, everything the master says, in a way we can focus it down, comes down to a single laser point coming down. You can do anything, but if you hurt the feelings of a single individual, it's like it's as direct and as close to our hearts and to our everyday behavior as you can get. Because we all are every day, we are in a position of being able to hurt or not hurt the feelings of any number of single individuals. And that, the masters are saying, not just Master Kirpal, Hafiz, Maghribi Sahib, and God knows Jesus and plenty others also. If you hurt the feelings of a single individual, everything else goes, is not there anymore. You've done it, you ruined it. It's what counts. And this is a major thing, it's like we have to grasp this. And I don't say that I've grasped it. I stand in awe of it, which is a different thing than grasping it. And I know I hurt feelings of people a lot, and sometimes very badly. But, you got to remember this and work in this direction. And, along with meditation, along with going to satsang, along with keeping the vegetarian diet and all the other things and keeping the diary, along with all that, we have to always remember, if I hurt the feelings of a single individual, I've ruined the rest of it. And it's a big, big thing. All right, I'm going to speak briefly today. I will, at the conclusion of the satsang, we will be hearing watching, hearing and watching. Another great talk of Master Kirpal's, which began earlier today, The Birthright to Become God, which I was also present at, which was given January 19th, 1964. And I will briefly read. Don read from this last night when he was introducing the whole subject of the talks with his the literal transcriptions with them. So I'll just read this some of you probably didn't hear it last night. Today was the regular satsang day for the Washington initiates. So Master went to the Friends Meeting House where satsang was held and talked. It's like the regular satsang, only the Master was there. He went there and he did satsang that day. To be there that day was a life-changing experience. I doubt that anyone who was there has ever forgotten it. We were in a downstairs room at the meeting house. It was packed and the atmosphere was absolutely electric. It was a prime example of the extra physical dimension, which is always a factor when a genuine master speaks. He was standing at a pulpit, contrary to his usual preferred cross-legged sitting position. He started talking and power started flowing to each of us. And he began. And we heard what he began with earlier today. But that, of course, that doesn't really come across on the tape. It's like that was something that was present only when darshan was actually happening. And it's difficult to explain, but it wasn't just felt by me. It was felt by every single person in that room. I talked with a great many of them. I spent the next 10 days or so, many hours each day making copies of that tape for individuals to have. Reel-to-reel tapes, of course. This was in prehistoric days. And it was, I heard that tape over and over and over and over again. And I played it over and over and over and over again back when we didn't have very many tapes, back in the old days. Anyway, seemingly every word that Master said on that occasion was punctuated, boom, 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 into our hearts. And I memorized large sections of it. I don't know that I still have them memorized, but I did, became part. Judith and I used to say them to each other, as sometimes we would just bring them up, and anyway, it's a great, great talk. And I think it's a great thing for people to be able to understand Master Kirpal's talking, because as Don has said, it is true that his verbal emphases, the way he stresses some words and not others, the way he puts words together, none of that is accidental. All of that is meaningful. He knew what he was doing. His vocabulary was superb. And those of us who traveled with him and heard him speak many times in English, of course, in India, he didn't speak in English much. He talked with us in English, but his public talks were all, satsangs were all in Hindi. But over here, he spoke in English almost all the time. And we hear that it's like it becomes part of you, it built into your system. You can't, you take it for granted as a basic part of what's necessary for living. And it was incredible to experience all that. I thank God I had the opportunity to do it. Anyway, the second half of that talk will be played shortly. But between now and then, Don has movies that's going to be shown. So thank you all for your patient hearing, as Master used to say. God bless everybody. an extraordinary, is the only thing, anything like it in all of Master Kirpal's history, as far as I can tell. I heard about the talks because my sister Helen was there when they were being given. She told me about them and how incredible they were, and that Master came out every morning, and everybody in the ashram, Indians, Westerners, people that lived there, people that were visiting, all assembled, and he gave the talk. First he gave them in Hindi, and then he translated them himself from Hindi into English, which is why in the English version you will often hear he will say, I was just saying that, or I was just telling the story of it, like that. And he did that so that both groups could understand what he was saying.
I was just speaking about the chastity of life, which is the most important part of the spiritual life. Spirituality cannot dawn, I would say, on a mind which is driven, attracted through the outgoing faculties to the outward enjoyments. So how to maintain chastity, that's the point. Just control your attention. You see, mind and outgoing faculties derive their power from us, your soul. And the outward expression of soul is what? Attention. And wherever our attention goes, we are affected by the radiation of those with whom you come in touch. If they are pure, that's all. If not, you got that radiation. So how to be air conditioned, I would say. There's heat outside, there's cold outside. What should we do? We should have air conditioned rooms. If you become centered within your own self by withdrawing your attention from outside and from the body below even, then you would like to see through this window, you might see, at your will, self-centered. You won't have the effects of others. Be self-centered. Self-centered. It is we who gave power to the mind. It is we who gave power to the outgoing faculty. It is we see is good or bad outside. If we become self-centered, we may make the use of our outgoing faculty, whichever we like. Now we are driven away, attracted by outside things, you see. So being self-centered is the main thing. That will come up in due course by regular devotion of time to the spiritual practices.
I didn't hear anything more about them until I got to India in September 1969. And Stanley Shinerock, who was living there at the time, married to Edna, told me that he had just finished editing the series and had given the manuscript to the master. And I was very curious, and then when I saw the master, he gave me the manuscript to read. He said, tell me what you think of it. He said, as far as I can see, there's too many repetitions in it. And I said, oh, okay. So I took the manuscript, I read it, and I was blown away. I mean, I read it almost nonstop over a couple of nights. And I get back to him, I said, this is great. He said, oh, you don't think there's too many repetitions? I said, no, Master, I don't think. So he took it back, and a couple of weeks later he said to me, well, I have reread it, and I think you're right. I think the repetitions don't matter. And then it was sent out to be printed and published.
Those people who have been initiated, it is through the grace of God alone that they have been initiated. It is His grace that He wants the children to come to Him. He gives them the contact through some human pole to manifest the God in him. So the greatest service is to attune yourself with the Nam power within you, the light and sound principle, which is the way back to absolute God. With his grace only the man is given initiation. Those who have been given initiation, it means God wishes them to bring them closer to him. First in soul, then outward. So for that he says every day we should put in time for meditation as much as we can, so that the inner master, the radiant form of the master may manifest to him, he may talk to him in heart to heart.
So then the books came, January 1970. He had us go down, he told me that the shipment was coming into Boston and we should go down and get it and then distribute it, which we had no idea was going to happen. And it was like, we couldn't publish it, but he allowed us to distribute it, which was absolutely marvelous. We were so overjoyed. I published excerpts from it in the magazine. It was a very major event. And Master referred to the book twice, which is another, I said the way he gave the talks, the setting up the system that he used, the daily talks in which he proceeded from one subject to another. All of that was unprecedented. And the fact that he mentioned it in two different circulars, the third receptivity circular published in January 1970, he calls it a God-given spiritual textbook, which covers every aspect of the path, and encouraged everyone to read it, and they would understand what they needed to know about the path.
Just keep his commands. If you love him, when he loves you, your love is reciprocal. Then he will love you more if you keep up his command. He wants you to be pure, all and good for all the people, no ego for anybody else. You see, quite sincere. Just wind up your affair by undergoing the prarabdha karma. You see, he won't touch that. Otherwise the man will die all at once at the time of initiation. The future deeds, he just draws a line within which he should work. Ours is only to just abide by what he says. When you sit in a boat, well, sit in the boat, don't plunge outside. You will take it to the other side of the river. Even if you fall down, even then every effort you make not to drown you, you see, take you out of the water. So such like the feet of your master. Those who abide by what he says. Even those who do not abide, even then he does not leave them. So this was the subject today. Every day you get something new. We have to just thank God for the blessing we are having. That's all. How can you forget it? Who will come again to receive you at the time of your death? How can you forget it? Everybody will leave you and he will come out at the last moment. Come on please, I am with you. Even now if you leave the body, he is with you. So this is great blessing we have got.
You know, Master takes each aspect of the path as it comes up and discusses it in a way that leaves no doubt whatsoever about what he means. And it is extremely valuable. I've probably read this book in its entirety maybe 15, 20 times. I tried to read it through at least once a year. I just finished a few months ago reading it the last time. He didn't write this book, he spoke it. The end and the beginning are all there, and it's all there. You know, it's like when he gave the first talk, he knew what the last talk was going to be and all the ones in between. And he's totally on top of things. And there is a lot of repetition, but that's because it's not designed to be read, one chapter after another on a given day. When I read it, I read one talk a day before I meditate in the morning. And when you read it like that, repetitions don't mean a thing because after all, we forget things. And it's nice to be reminded of the things we forget.
So he will tell you his first-hand experiences with God. By hearing which, naturally, your desire will also increase. So much so that you would also like to see him, have the same experience with God as he had. So by reading scriptures, what is in there? Those masters who had first-hand experience with God, their experiences are recorded there, by reading which our attention is diverted that way. So by doing any practice in what we do, we read scriptures, we pray, this and that, in what form? So that his sweet remembrance may reside in our hearts. God is love. Our soul is of the same essence as that of God. It is also love. Love knows attachments. We are conscious beings. Our love should have been with the all conscious beings, you see. Instead of that, it has been attached to the physical body and its environment. The result is, you see, that is called attachment. We come again and again to the world where we are attached. So man body is a golden opportunity we have got in which we can change our love from the world to God. Kabir says, we have neglected this subject all through life. Now should wake up, divert our attention from the world to God. So for that, what we will have to do? First of all, we read scriptures in which the past masters are speaking about God. We hear about God, we learn about God from the past masters speaking through books. Natural desire arises, grows strong, and feels separation, you see. In a sweet remembrance, naturally the heart becomes full, and that bursts forth in tears through the eyes.
You know, you think you understand where the master is coming from, and then he says or does something that is totally unexpected. And I've given a lot of instances of that in my book, but the time in Washington, D.C. when we had a press conference that was a flop, and Master didn't mind, and the few reporters that we got to come, one of them was drunk and he monopolized the whole session. And Master talked to him like he was the most important person in the world. And when it was over and people said to him, "But Master, that man was drunk," he just laughed and said, "That's all right." And he didn't seem to care a bit. And he was perfectly happy answering that guy's long-winded, rambling questions just as though they were being asked by the most important person in the world. And I probably learned more about the Master on that one occasion than I had up till then from anything.
Peace be unto all the world over. Under thy will, O God. This is what Guru Nanak gave out in his prayer. Peace be unto all the world over. Let all world be happy. How can they be happy if you defile everybody's mind? The foremost thing is not to think evil of others, speak evil of others, and hear evil of others. So, speaking, you might say, is an art. So, whatever you say, must be sweet words. Kind words don't cost anything. Kind words imbued with humility. Kind words imbued with humility. If you have that thing in life, I think 90% troubles will be over.
All the concepts are there: universal love, chastity, nonviolence, selfless service, diet. All of it is there, all included. When we turn our attention towards Him, we remember Him, He remembers us, etc., etc. It's all here. And the ground is covered. And what we need to know to practice the path, He has given us. And that's why He called it a God-given spiritual textbook, which is exactly what it is.
So sometimes it so happens something comes in our way which we think not good. That very thing appears to us as a remedy for something to set us right. Man learns swimming in water, not on earth. When you develop that angle of view, you open your eye to see like that, the whole manifestation of God, then you strengthen, you see, this principle, what I have set before you, and which is a fact, not man-made, then you open your eye to see all that. The main and basic principle of bhakti is to know that we are in Him, see that there's no place where He is not. We have to remember where then He is here, within me, outside, everywhere. Only the eye has not opened as yet. The inner eye or the single or the third eye, that's all. How to open that eye? That those whose eyes are open, they will give you some demonstration of it, and you follow the instructions accurately, you will one day see like that.
It's not really, it's not a book for someone who is a seeker exactly. I think it's a book for initiates or for people who are already deeply committed. Master doesn't try to convince anybody of anything. He's just laying it out, like the Sermon on the Mount. This is what you need to do. If you care about this, if you want to find God, this is what you need to do. And He's very straightforward, just as Jesus was, or Buddha in the talks on the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. It's a God-given spiritual textbook. I think we can settle for Master's own description of it.
We have been coming again and again to the world. Why? Because we are attached to the world. Oh, in man's body you got fortunate. We have this man's body, the highest rung in creation. If we develop love in us for God, through the grace of a God in man, then we will go where? To our home, to the home of our Father. For this purpose we have to develop love for the God in man. Teacher of a man is a man, like us. It talks from our level and develops love in us, gives a contact within us, opens the inner eye to see the love of God, to see the light of God and the music of all spheres. Remain in any religion you like, you see. The main purpose is to go back to our home, to the home of our Father.
This is so concentrated and so focused on what Master wanted to say, not on what we necessarily wanted to ask him. It's in a class by itself. It's the most direct of his books, at least up till then. Although I still maintain The Crown of Life is his masterpiece. I've always felt that since I first read it. But I think if you had The Crown of Life and Morning Talks, and you read them both in series, one after the other, you would understand everything you needed to know about the path.
10th Guru, he was just talking about God. He said, all world is yours, all mountains are yours, all rivers are yours. It is you only working, manifesting all these things. He was so much given up to that. He was in that intoxication, sitting for hours and hours together. It is you, like that. So this basic principle is like that. To know that God is everywhere. We are in Him and He is in us. We are the dogs of the ocean of all consciousness. This is the right understanding. When you get that, you will have right thoughts. Right thoughts will give you right speech, and right speech will give you right action. So first and foremost principle, basic principle is to know that God is everywhere. It is all His manifestation. He is in us and we are in Him. He is the very life of our life.
What do we think the masters took the trouble to write these books for? For us to put them on the shelf? You know, it's like the master took a lot of time and trouble to make these points, to explain this to us. What is our obligation? This is why Sanchi used to say, people would ask him questions and he would give what Neil Wolfe used to call the Sant Bani answer. This has already been covered in Sant Bani magazine. You should read Sant Bani magazine, you'll find out. So it has always been a source of great wonder to me when people don't seem to understand that. Not that God knows there's plenty of things I don't understand. But on that one it seems pretty clear to me. Anyway, I try to read the Master's books. I read them over and over. And I love them. And to me, it's like reading them for the first time each time I read them. And I don't feel at all like I'm rereading something that I read many times before, even though I am. That's exactly what I'm doing, but I don't feel that way at all. It's not every book you can say that about. So it's a great, great book, and I recommend it to anybody who wants to know what the path is all about.
When one meets a true master, he is nothing to people. But he should be devoted. Every saint has its past, and every sinner a future. Man can change. Even the dacoits, you see, can become saints. Valmiki was a dacoit, I tell you. He became Saint Valmiki. He just related the story of Ramayana 18,000 years before it actually happened. So my point is there's hope for everybody. There's nothing to be disheartened. Only what experience is given, we have to develop it without intervention of outgoing faculties and intellect. It does not mean you should not use your intellect. Understand. When you understand the thing, then do. Let mind not meddle into it. Because if your mind is just clutching, seeing here, there, drawing inference, the intellect is working. And until you are intellectually still, you cannot take a step further. So this is the first thing we have to do. For that, you are advised to keep a diary for self-introspection. You now realize the necessity, but how many are you who are keeping diaries, maintaining diary daily? I'm afraid it may not be 10%. That is why, even if we do get something, we do not progress wonderfully. We must. So this is first thing we learn at the feet of the Master. What is the difference between a master and an average man? He is a man all the same, and the doctor is a man all the same, like us. But he is known by anatomy, how the system works, how the diseases arise, how can those be cured. Similarly, this is a disease we are suffering. Those who are just adept, competent, going himself beyond these bounds, help others to raise them up, well, such a man is called a master. The God in him. Who can give you contact with God? No son of man can do it. It is the God absolute when it came into expression. When he came down, then he gave some teachings of the higher because he had seen it. The lower it comes, he knows almost all the way. In the man body, although in the man body, he is conscious of that. That's the difference between a man and average man and a master. So he says, when you come to such master, this is the first thing to be done. And we lack here, I tell you honestly. We are given some experience, but we don't live up to it. Dragged away by the outside pleasures, knowing that God is within us, the priceless jewel, priceless pearl, but we cannot leave off this dross of the outside. Tagore, poet of international flame, says, "Oh God, I see there is a great wealth in you. Why I cannot throw away the filth or the dross of this body." Knowing fully well, we do realize intellectually. And all masters, what do they say? They say God first and world next. And what do we say? We say world first and God may come out. Truly speaking, we are not after God, we are after world. We pray God. Why? Most of us, we want worldly things. Had that not been the competency with God, nobody would have thought of God too, you see. A weaker man prays before some stronger person. So whatever goes out from the heart of our hearts, He hears, He is there already. He is watching our every action. Ask and it shall be given unto you. This is what all masters say. So this is the first thing, I'm laying much press on that very point. I've been requesting, directing, I've been begging of you people through my circulars and verbal talks too, and still if you do not do it, we should. So that is the first thing here. What will happen? Now you have eyes. You see? With your open eyes, you have so much control over your sight, while open eye you do not see. This we can develop, you see. Newton was sitting by a roadside, solving certain mathematical problems. He was so much absorbed in these problems that a band passed by him while playing. He did not hear. Why? This attention, which is the outcome of our souls, or with the outgoing faculties, the outgoing faculties do not work. Somebody passed by, asked him, "Well, Newton, has any band passed by this way?" He said, "No, I don't know." You might have got experience in your own lives when you're sitting very much absorbed in some thought. Somebody calls you, you do not hear. Somebody comes, sits by you, and you're absorbed. You don't feel who has come and who is gone. So this is the training of the attention, what is called the Sut Yoga, you see. So when that is set, you might be sitting with hundreds of people and still be all alone. This is what Emerson said. When he wanted all loneliness, He went to an inn where hundreds come and hundreds go, because he has no concern when anybody is absorbed in his own thoughts. So if you think that you should leave the world and go to the outside world in the wilderness, there also you've got animals and trees and everything. Your attention will be down outside. The only thing required is to control our outgoing faculties. And how to do it, that you can learn from those who have done it and follow the instruction. So naturally, when everything is set, you might have experienced in your life too. When you are cut off from every outside, you feel a sort of rest and peace. At times, not every day, but at times it does. When you are cut off, quite absorbed from everything, you feel a sense of pleasure, rest, bliss, peace. Naturally, what happens? We are after having that peace prolonged. Naturally, you see, we are children of light, as I told you, like a candle's flame. Its source is up. When you turn its face downward, even then it will go up. Our soul is of God, you see, of light. It is bound by the outgoing faculties and the body. When it is liberated, it will go up. It is but natural. Then naturally, the true rest comes. How? We withdraw our attention from outside. We enter this laboratory of the man body. Just from the burning rays of the sun, when you enter some room, hot, very hot outside, when you enter the air-conditioned room, how rest you feel? It is something like that. You feel it at rest. Some glimpses, when Master comes, only not he shows you how to withdraw from outside and enter this laboratory of the man body. But he also shows you how to rise above senses and have some experience. When there is no questioning of mind, when intellect is at rest, naturally that truth, it becomes effulgent. You see light. If you are questioning why this is, why that is not, why that has not come, their mind is not still, you see. That has to be still. So what he feels, you see, at that time, the experience of God in the form of light and sound. This is first thing. As you rise, the Master gives you an experience first how to rise above this iron curtain of the man body. Then as you day-to-day practice, you rise above the astral body, the causal body, the super-causal body. You day-to-day more bliss, more joy, everything like that. Saint Tulsidas, he says when he rose above this body consciousness, reached the causal plane, he had the experience of bliss and joy. He thought, oh, that's the most and the highest of all. And he says when he transcended the causal plane into the super-causal and beyond, he thought perhaps this causal plane was only a washing room as compared to that. Those who have tasted that bliss, they are here in the world, but they are bound, you see. Masters are under the order of God, you see. They want to go back. Once also any of us have got some experience like that, we wish to go in there. Now why we don't want to go in there? Because we find joy and bliss and happiness in outside things. And moreover, we have never cared to analyze, to go into the matter, what it is that gives us bliss in the outside things. We are conscious beings. How a conscious being can have, bliss or joy or happiness in material things, but do feel. How, why? We are bliss personified. God is all bliss, all happiness, all joy. And we are also, this bliss is also innate in us. So long as we are identified with something, for the time being we reflect our own happiness in those things. When that thing is withdrawn from us, or we are made to withdraw from them, we feel unhappiness. So we should identify ourselves with something which is not changing, and that is God alone. The outside thing, whatever happiness we feel, they're really not lying in those things, but in our own self that is reflected there, so long as we are identified with them. So such a soul cries, oh, how beautiful you are, you say. How beautiful, how, what you say, all wisdom. He sees his wisdom in all things because he becomes a conscious co-worker of the divine plan. He sees that he is doing, not I. So naturally the question arises from a new man, well, how did you get to this state? You say it is all beautiful, it is all glory. All outside, inside is all his expression. God is light, God is everywhere. He is all wisdom, this and that thing. By how did you attain to this state? What did he do? That's a natural question that would be asked. So for that, we are all, I think, seeking that thing. First thing is, be truthful. Be truthful. If you don't tell lies, you will change. Deeds of darkness are committed in the dark. You go and want to do it somewhere where nobody sees you. So anything that requires secrecy, that is a sin. Two seekers after God went to a master. The master told him, look here are two pigeons. Take them away and kill them someplace where nobody sees you. One was very active. He went round under a shade of a wall where nobody was seeing. He killed it, came back in few minutes. The other poor fellow, wherever he went, he did not find any place where nobody did see. From morn till night, he was going round and round and returned in the evening unsuccessful. Master asked him, what? Haven't you been able to kill this? No, sir. Why? Could you find any place? No, sir. And who was seeing you? Then the very pigeon was seeing me. You follow the beauty of the sayings, I tell you, you see. Live up to them. Each one, you must be an ambassador, I tell you. The man who has got the man body, he has the birthright to become God, I tell you. There's no exaggeration about it. But pity it is we don't follow. For that very purpose, you'll find you have been given diaries to maintain. What are they for? Be truthful in mind, word, and deed. Don't make false promises. Don't think otherwise, say otherwise. Let your heart, brain, and mouth agree. What is the criterion of a truth? Truthful saying. That all these three, your tongue, what you speak, your intellect, your mind, agree what you got in your heart. Can you do any evil thing? Mind that anything when you do, you are later on asked, well, what you are doing? And nothing, sir. They're telling lies. When you tell one lie, you have to say other hundreds of lies to cover that lie. How we create for our own self more thorns, you see. Who is a truthful man? Ask him any time. He will say thing. He is not to think what he has to say. And a man who tells lies, he says, well, I have told to this man this thing, that man another thing. He's all the while trying to reconcile. But the cat must be out of the bag. You see? Even one thing, if you be truthful, you can change, see? So naturally we want truthfulness, first of all. Not that anybody sees, you see. The God in you sees it. The master power within you sees it. So why I tell you, mind, be true to your own self. You are true to your own self, you are true to your God, to your master. If you are true to your own self, you have to fear none in the world, in the three worlds. This is first thing required. And further, when some God in man, now I would say, where he manifests, he puts you on the way, gives a contact with you, that God power is the true master. Not the Son of Man, mind that. That resides within you. Can you do any evil or bad thing even when a child of 5 years is sitting before you? You require secrecy. Our master used to say, you see, when a child of 5 years is sitting by you, you want secrecy. You are going to do some evil thing, you try to avoid. When that very God power is within you, watching your every action, you see, how can you do any evil? So fear of that. Once it so happened in my life, you see, generally these controversies do come up. You see. And there was great propaganda against me. Once master asked me to initiate 250 people in the monthly gathering, you see. And then naturally competition arises and there was great propaganda against me. I kept quiet. Because I was true to my own self. I knew God is within me, Master is within me. And it was so arranged that I could not talk to the Master for 8 months. So much influential people came up to that. So once my brother, you see, elder brother was there, I told him, if you go to the Master, he was also initiated. Just by the way, asked me if any sin I might have committed. But his eyes were giving me sport, you see. Well, he asked him, he said, he had not done anything, even knowingly or unknowingly. But strange enough, so much has passed over his head, and he had never come to me to say that this propaganda is not right, which is being carried on. I never asked any question of my master, except 2 or 3 in the beginning. So I naturally requested, I want a few minutes. Oh, yes, you are welcome. So at night when everybody was awake, he locked the door, I sat by him, and I told him, I said, I did not come to you, because I knew you were in me, and you're watching my every action. And the further trend, you also watched. That is why I did not come. All the tables were turned. You see? So be truthful, I tell you. This is a very great qualification. We people don't care. We sell the prophet Joseph for the sake of little petty monies. You gamble your, eternal life with few mundane things. Be truthful. Have fear. He's seeing, he's watching. These 2 qualifications, you see. And the third thing is, he gives you a contact with the word power, you see. How to rise and how to come in contact with the Nam or word power, the light and sound principle. Be regular, day to day. This is bread of life. Don't miss it. And what will happen? You will have progress day to day. inner peace, inner joy, whatever outward prayers or performance or rites and rituals will become blessed. Yes. When you say prayer, you'll find me in front of you. When you read scripture, always is vivid to you. You see? Such like things you will find. Naturally, you will have all peace. Your soul, which is down from there, coming in contact with the, you see, the God power, which is light and sound principle. The more our consciousness comes into contact with the all consciousness, it overflows with joy and peace. All wisdom. God is all wisdom. And masters, you see, never speak at the level of it like this. Speak as it comes. And Emerson says, the thoughts which come without thinking, they are always perfect. And what does he do? He loves all. Even the sinners and the others. For sinners, he has got more pity and more love, I tell you. Because he considers he is the child of God. His work is to bring together all children of God together. Now, this is the preparation what you do that thing. But one thing more, he says how you became beloved of God, how the God became beloved of you. You became the beloved of God. How did you, take the example of a girl. She has been married. She is devoted to her husband, mind and soul. True, you see. She lives according to what he wishes. Result what it is? She loves her husband and also husband begins to love her. Whatever she wants or needs, or he sees that he wants it, he gives him, provides him, without asking for it. The wife becomes the lover of her husband and husband becomes the lover of his wife. This is a worldly way, you see. Masters, when they give teaching, they give both ways. So those who love God come in contact with Him. Naturally, those who go at His beck and call, do not do anything of their own free will, which is earthly. Well, he becomes enamored of that. The master, he loves God, and God loves masters. But masters are no other than God in them, you see. That's only comparative, a relative statement to show. So the question arises, how you become the beloved of God? Well, naturally, can by obeying, just like any female, any girl will do. You see, girl, when she is betrothed, engaged with some real, truly engaged at heart, all the while she thinks of him, is it not? And that reaction in the heart of the others, that abiding in him, and he abides in it. So that way, that develops receptivity, you see. And that makes what, you see? The other man does what he does. You see? There's a story in India, you see. There one student was called Ganimat by name. Master fell in love with the student so much so, he could not write calligraphy, good handwriting. He simply scribbled. And the master came so much enamored of him that he began to copy that scribbling. This is the feat of love, I tell you. Love is great, has great power. One saint prays, "O God, we have been liberated from the world, all entanglements and bindings. Now you take care of your own self. You are bound more than me." This is to show, you see, how can we become the beloved of God when we obey Him. That's all. If you love me, keep my commandments. Let my words abide in you, and you abide in me. Only then. We do not even obey the commandments of the Master. If there is no progress, or little progress, or whatever you get and that is lost, who is at fault? Man body is the golden opportunity given to us. Who has got the man body has got the birthright to know God, I tell you. And we are losing this golden opportunity for nothing, for little sense pleasures. Just now examine yourself and see where we stand. Then comes one thing more, you see. Chastity. What a husband expects of his wife? Chastity. She should love him alone. That God has united him as a companion. She should be devoted to her husband. This example of the world. Similarly, a lover of God should be devoted to God and let nothing else come between him and God. Whatever he does for the sake of God. Whatever the wife does, all the household affairs without any payment, any obligation is to win the love of her husband, is it not? This is the chastity of thought what is important. You know, you have been given diary for truthfulness, for love of God, also one heading is there, and love for all. For the sake of God, love all. Love God with all thy heart, with all thy strength, with all thy soul, with all thy mind. Love all humanity. You see God in your sons, in your daughters, in your husbands, in your wives. Be true. What is that love that finds love once here and then goes to another? That love is no love that changeth. For the wife to love her husband and for the love of her husband, she loves every house or hardship in the house. So for the love of God, we should love all. He resides in every heart. There is no heart without it. We should just be chaste, be devoted to God and God alone, and no other. Even if you love your master for the sake of God in him, mind that. The Son of Man body is blessed, at which that power works. That is also within you as well. But we are after to attain that. This is how you can earn the love of your husband, you see. He will do anything at your beck and call, I tell you. Now the worldly ways masters have said, so many masters come, they say, Panuda. One Mahatma says, well, these masters are the workers, you see, executive officers in the house of God, you see. Whatever they do, God does not refuse. They are beloved sons. Moral says, if an arrow has been shot down from heaven, Master has the power. Who is the Master? God in him, mind that, not the man body. Has the power to turn away that very arrow from the very middle back. The question arises, is he greater than God? No. God loves him. What he does, the God in him does, he accepts. So this is what happens. He says, we are bound, O God, you can liberate us. Who will liberate you? You are bound by the chains with the silken bonds of love, which are stronger than chains of iron. So this is how we can reach to that. And what the soul realizes that I am the most fortunate on earth. And that God loves it. When the wife thinks her husband loves it, how happy she feels, I tell you. So such a lover of God, or a wife, I would say now, our true husband is God, of the soul, not the body, I mean, you see. For the body we are our companions. Let our bodies be reserved for them. You see? And what happens, you see? He feels God loves him. When he loves, he does not do anything. Does any lover and any wife who is convinced at heart that husband loves us, how happy she feels. When you feel God loves you, you'll find you will have nothing to say, nothing to pray even, you see. Prayer comes out of the heart of a weak man when he is convinced of his greatness, being in the lap of God, and God is for him and he is for God. The soul is for God. She does not pray. Does any wife who is married to a husband, has she ever cared? That's another thing. In the West now they began to take jobs. But in the East, when one is married, she never cares for where the clothing she will have, where she will eat. She says she's married. When you are for him, it is he who is to look after you. So this like feelings it is. Now, with all that, the further man goes to ask, well, what did you get? You have been telling so many things. What experience you had? Then she gives a reference to the experience she had. She said, I saw grandest suns rising within me. God is all light. That light comes when we rise above physical curtain. As you rise, shake off shackles, astral, causal, that light grows more and more, comparing to billions and trillions of suns and rising. So I saw light. You see? And then what did you feel then? Even then there is some duality. You see the light. Seer and the seen are two. Still we have to take a further step, mind that. There was a great Shankara by name. He says, oh God, I know there's no difference between you and me. But I am thine, thou art not mine. Because a wave can be of the ocean, ocean cannot be of the wave. And when you see that light of light, you absorb into that light. You become one with it. This is the ultimate goal. That lights of light you absorb, and that light come into the wordless absorption in the wordless state, called by any name you like. This is a destination, goal before each one of us. We are fortunate we have got the man body. You see? How far we have developed, most part of our life has already passed. Fortunately, we have met with the grace of God somewhere where God was manifest, and He put you on the way, gave you some experience to start with. Years have passed where we stand because we had not followed these things that I told you. I am giving you in a nutshell the digest what all the masters gave when they came from time to time. That requires no change of religion, no outward school, rites and rituals, just rise above body consciousness. Make the best use of the preparatory steps you have got before you. They are all meant for developing love and devotion for God. If you abide by these, then you must take heed that the light which is given within you is not dark. Well, these words I've been given to you from time to time in different ways. This is the digest of all that. I had the good fortune to come over here with the grace of God. Met you, one and all. I love you for one and all. Not of my own part, but the God in me, the Master in me. No obligation. If father loves his children, it is no obligation, you see. Similarly, I love for you and I wish you have love for God in me and the God in you. And what should be done? To obey. And you promise. The purpose for which the diaries have been given, well, understand fully and live up to them. The more you live, the more progress. Those who have some backgrounds, if they are not obeying these things, the other who is obeying, he might have started afresh, he will go ahead. Mind that. So most part of this man body has already passed, but for the sake of outward enjoyments, we are simply selling Joseph for the sake of one thread they have. So just think carefully, you see. I have nothing to impose on you. Just appeal to your common sense for your own good and for my pleasure. Why? My master gave me the God in him this duty. Whether I fail or not fail, it is not my job. I have to do my best. The God in me, and you will be helped without asking for it. After a week or so, I will be living physically, though not spiritually. This is the best golden opportunity we have had these 3-4 months. We cannot underrate this physical presence, but you will have the same radiation from thousands of miles. The God is within you. Master is God in man, not the man body mind. That is already within you, that's all. Just live up to it. You'll just derive the full benefit of the man body, and you become, as I told you, the beloved of the Master too. Thank you.
Sifat ki Guru Kirpal di me Jine kul sansar pane aai Rang rang de saj ke bandiyanu Viche apna apalukaya
Tere Namada Bharosa Bari by Kabir Sahib on page 143. We have the great support of your Nam to protect the honor of the dear ones. Protecting the honor of the dear ones, protecting the honor of the dear ones. We have the great support of your Nam. Meditate on Nam as Dhruv and Prahlad remembered the Lord. O the merciful of the poor, with your support, I have made all my family sit on your abode. If you wish, you make one obey your will, and thus do you ferry the boat across. By the grace of the Master, such wisdom has come that my coming and going has ended. Kabir says, remember him as the rain bird remembers water, since he is the giver in this world and the world beyond. Tere nam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere nam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Rakhi laj pyare andi, rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Nam japoji esse esse dhru pralada japio har jesse. Nam japoji esse esse dhru pralada japio har jesse. Dhru pralada japio har jesse. Rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Deen Dayal Barose Tere Sab Paravar Chadayo Bere. Deen Dayal Barose Tere Sab Paravar Chadayo Bere. Sab Paravar Chadayo Bere. Rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Jati sabave tahukama manave, isabere ko paralangave. Jati sabave tahukama manave, isabere ko paralangave. Isabere ko paralangave. Rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Guru Parasad esse Buddha Samani, Chuka Gai Fira Avana Jani. Guru Parasad esse Buddha Samani, Chuka Gai Fira Avana Jani. Chuka Gai Fira Avana Jani. Rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Tere naam da bharosa bari, rakhi laj pyare andi. Kaho Kabir Bhaja Saranga Pani Uravara Pada Saba Eko Dani. Kaho Kabir Bhaja Saranga Pani Uravara Pada Saba Eko Dani. Uravara para saba eko dani raki laj peariyandi. Tere nam da barosa bari raki laj peariyandi. Tere nam da barosa bari raki laj peariyandi. We have the great support of your Nam to protect the honor of the dear ones.
We'll conclude the satsang for this evening with a poem of Hafiz. Start seeing everything as God, but keep it a secret. Become like a man who is awestruck and nourished, listening to a golden nightingale sing in a beautiful foreign language, while God invisibly nests upon its tongue. Hafiz, who can you tell in this world that when a dog runs up to you wagging its ecstatic tail, you lean down and whisper in its ear, "Beloved, I'm so glad you are happy to see me. Beloved, I am so glad, so very glad you have come." And that concludes the session for tonight. And the next event on the schedule is the meditation talk at 3 a.m. Okay, good night, everybody.